the original Industrial Revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our second day of the conference. So please find a seat and make yourself comfortable. Thank you. Có chuẩn bị lấy giọng nó đi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Conference of Education 4.0, a framework for 21st century higher education. I hope that you had a good sleep last night. Today, we will resume our conference with the section 5. The chair will be Professor Ben Chan Chen. Professor Chen, please.
Present and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning, in this section we have two speakers. Allow me to introduce the first speaker, Professor Li Ti-Huan An. Professor Li Ti-Huan An earned her PhD with highest distinction in optimization in 1994, and her habilitations in 1996, both from University of Rouen in France. From 1998 to 2003, she was an associate professor at National Institute for Applied Science in Leuven. Since 2003, she is a full professor at the University of Paris-Verlaine, Mainz. This university became the University of Leuven in 2012. She is currently Director of Laboratory of Theoretical and Applied Computer Science at University of Leuven, and serving as exceptional class professors. She has so many papers published. It's over 200 papers, including journal articles, international conference papers, and book chapters. She's also the co-editor of 5 books and 10 special issues of international journals. She's also a supervisor of 26 PhD theses. She is also the chair of a scientific committee and organization committee of the, numerous international conferences. Her research interests include numerical analysis, optimization, and operations researches. The most important is co-founders of the DC programming and the DCA. I think it's a very great achievement on the non-convex programming problem, because such kinds of problem is very hard. It's a hard problem in the computer science. So let's welcome Professor Li Ti-Huan An.
Ok. Cả hai thứ. So, thank you for introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the University of Nguyễn Tất Thành and the chair of program committee, Professor Nguyễn Ngọc Thanh, for invitation. So today I will present to you a French model of University of 4.0. That is the University of Lorraine in my university. So my talk is composed of four parts. In the first, I will give a brief introduction of University of Lorraine, and then in the second part, I will show you how pedagogical and research innovation are developed in University of Lorraine via a program called ICT, Initiative for Science, Innovation, Territories, Economy Program. That gives us a label called Lorraine University d'Excellence. And in the third part, I will focus on big data and digital transformation. They are the heart of University of 4.0. And finally, I will show the link between our activity and the factory of the future. Now, University of Lorraine is the unique university in the region Lorraine. Lorraine is the, so I pass a video because I have no time. Lorraine is the east of France. It is composed of several cities, and the two biggest cities is Nancy and Metz, and here is the neighborhood. So Lorraine is 1 hour and a half by train from Paris. The UL is the University of Lorraine in short. UL is created in January 2012. It is made from 4 universities. The oldest is the University of Henri Poincaré, University Nancy 1 in the central city. And then University Nancy 2, University Paul Verlaine of Metz, Institut National Polytechnique of Lorraine. This is a multidisciplinary university including all disciplines except astronomy. Now, the main education area is Science and Technology, School of Engineering, Undergraduate in Technology. This is a typical model in France. It's very stable to do professional higher education. And in pharmacy, ontology, sport, law, economy, management, humanity and social science, art, literature, language, and teaching training, understanding. So, in terms of education, UL is structured in 9 colleges. Now for research, this is the main area of research. Sustainable management of natural resources, energy process engineering, material and processing technique, language and knowledge engineering, engineering for hidden and age, heritage, culture and identity, transformation of institute and organization, mathematical and information and communication science and technology. So in terms of research, UL is structured into 10 scientific centers. Now, prep introduction to organization of UL. UL is governed by governing board. In France, is the Conseil d'administration. And 3 councils, scientific council, education counseling and student life counseling. So the president is elected by the governing airport, and the president presides own council, and vice president of council is elected by each council on the proposal of the president. Also, we have a vice president student. We have also several functional vice presidents in charge of mission. They are nominated by the governing board on the proposal of the president. For example, vice president of international relations and industrial partnership, vice president and digital transformation, etc. We have also a board of directors, the director of collegium and scientific council. This is just a number of years council. Here is number of staff in UL, and here is the staff in outside of UL. Okay, in total, and for 10 council of scientific center and collegium, you have in total more than 500 executive leads. Now, some key figure in 2016, we have about 4,000 researcher professors. A great part is the research professor and lecturer, and a little part is only research, another little part is only teaching. We have 3,000 BIA staff, that means administration, library, engineering, technician, etc. And we have 55 locations in Lorraine, with 900,000 square meters and for more than 216 buildings. With the budget for 2016 is the 582 million euro. About the education system, we have two types of education. Initial education is the classical education, and continuing education, that means studying and working at the same time. Okay. And we have more than 8,000 international students from 137 countries. Half is from a French-speaking country, and four is the European country. Now is the number of incoming students. Here is European. Here is North Africa, is French speaking. Here is Central and South Africa, and quite important part from China, and a little part from Asia. So about the link between education and company, we have more than 11,000 students involved in entrepreneurship program. Now, for the education, as the university, you have bachelor, master, and PhD. And about the 9 collegium, we have this is number of students in this year for each collegium. So we see that the most important part is law, economic management, and HIN. Okay. Also, a part important is science and technology and technology. About the research, we have first here is the structure of research in France. So we have at the national level, politician is here is the government, and at the national level we have ANR, Agence Nationale de la Recherche, and OZEO is the Agence for Valorization de Recherche. And here is the organism of research in university. And each unity is called laboratory. Now, about UL, we have 10 scientific centers. Among them, 3 centers in the human sector, 2 centers in the life science and environment sector, 5 centers in the science and technology sector, and we have in total 61 research unity and a federated structure. And this is governed by scientific council. Here we have the number of laboratory and the number of teacher researchers in each scientific center. We are here in the automation and control mathematics, computer science, and the interaction. And so on. Okay. So among 61 laboratory, we have 27 unity mix. That means it's governed by CNRS, Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, or by Institute National of Economy, or INRIA is Institute National Research in Informatics and Automatics. And we have 33 laboratory governed only by minister and university. We have 60 libraries. About the doctoral education, in 2016, we have here is number of PhD students, the number of doctoral school, the number of tests they funded, the number of habilitation to lead research, and here we about the international relation, we have 20% international joint PhD thesis, and 1/3 of scientific publication are co-written by foreign scientists. Here's the name of doctoral school and the number of students. Okay. About the partnership, we have several partnerships because here we have, I say that only for at level national, you have CNRS, India, INRA, INSERC is Institute of Medicine. And we have other graduate school, private school, and other partners. Okay. For strategic partnership, we focus on European partnership. In particular, EURAS partnership. This is the large network in Europe. And we have partner with the socio-economic environment and several companies. Finally, in this part, I say some work in Lorraine Campus project. This project is, in fact, we have, we have 153 million of euro to a project of campus. This is given by government and by local society, that means region, department, and city. And with this budget, we can, we have several projects from 2010 until 2020. Okay. Now, I will focus on the pedagogical and research innovation, how these aspects are developed via a program called ICIS, Initiative Science, Innovation, Territories, and Economy. And with this program, we have labeled Lorraine Université d'Excellence. What is this? First, I want to show Just 1 minute of a video. Why?
LUE. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est?
What is it, the LUE?
Une révolution à l'Université de Lorraine? Non, plutôt une évolution.
So rather evolution
Salut,
than
sorry,
revolution.
hello. I'm Oliver, LUE lover and serial entrepreneur. En Lorraine, j'ai trouvé pour mon entreprise spécialisée en ingénierie complexe un écosystème unique.
Oui, LUE rend la Lorraine unique. LUE est un véritable tremplin qui met en synergie la recherche, l'innovation et la formation en répondant à 6 défis de société.
We had 6 challenges for this program.
Concevoir et produire des matériaux plus intelligents. Gérer durablement les ressources naturelles et l'environnement.
Biomolecule and economy circular.
Développer les énergies du futur.
Energy of future.
Assurer la
Cybersecurity,
confiance dans le monde numérique.
big data and trust, and global engineering.
Apporter des solutions pour accompagner le vieillissement. Déployer l'ingénierie de la connaissance. La dynamique LUE connecte ces 6 défis pour que toutes les filières progressent ensemble, portées par des partenaires investis.
Is the partner. Okay, so this is the excellent program. After the code of government, several establishments candidated, and the first international jury selected 8 university in April 2015. And finally, in January 2016, 4 universities are selected, among them University of Lorraine. So, this program is a quite long program, at least 10 and 15 years. This will provide an annual flow of several million euros dedicated to the development of the academic side as European and international reference and global engineering. So the program will be focused on 6 challenges. And in the coming years, the LUE will, among others, enable us to launch an ambitious and focused project to solve key issues within this challenge. So, the strategy here is build a model for a multidisciplinary, technological, and entrepreneurial to increase the international visibility, to reinforce the interdisciplinary connection, reinforce scientific attractiveness, number of PhD tests, increase number of international education programs, and finally, develop economic partnership and innovation strategy. So what are the challenges of LUE and factory of the future? The first challenge is the completed value chain for material. The second challenge is the sustainable management of natural resources and environment. This challenge is in the context of global change, climate, history, social, and of economic concern. The third challenge is the energy for the future. energy for the future and enabling energy transition to renewable source of energy. The fourth challenge is the digital revolution and big data. So this is the common point with Industry 4.0. The challenge, actually we have several proposals. Prediction of future threat using exogenous technical and non-technical data sources. Super physical system define through smart network configuration. Smart knowledge discovery in database. Sensitivity data protection in online social network. And data selection for the lightly supervised training of deep neural network in the framework of auto-speech recognition. The challenge 5 is improving quality of life for aging handicapped people. This is the work of HIN. Okay. This is a major challenge for the next 20 years, both for the improvement of patient care and for the detection of predisposition to certain diseases. And the last challenge is knowledge engineering. Here, engineering applied to the field of knowledge and language, which represent the immaterial wind, while being a critical factor for the consistency of future choice. Now, as we have the first step of this program, I will show some example how to realize this innovation. For example, for research innovation, we focus on 2 points, leading of research and research valorization. We have the program IMPACT, investing together in innovation. This program proposes mobilizing human and financial resources of the order of 4 million euros over 4 years. To research valorization, we focus on global incubation. It takes advantage of innovation niches. So research and innovation must be transformed into the creation of activity, and that is what this plan is all about. It seeks to favor the filing of patent, the emergence of company startup. So create the startup is a challenge in EULA and also in Industry 4.0 in France. So for research valorization, and for that we had the program of University Enterprise Exchange. The program called Widen Horizon. That means the connection between university and company. Okay, so yes, the partner have several benefits from other partner. For education innovation, we have some first program for example, extract students who know how to do. This project plans to finance the master and engineering diploma course. Students benefit from a double competence in the approach for the problem and the solution. The second program is SML Booster. Here we find and answer to your problem together. To answer to a problem of a small and medium enterprise. And this is the stage of this plan by associating supervised students from different sectors. And innovation can cover a broad sense, whether technological and organizational. We have also the program Teach Innov. This is pedagogical innovation in the service of continuing education. Here we plan to support companies in projects to increase the skill of the employees with pedagogical innovation, such as training action as a vector of learning, short course, tailor-made training, skill assessment, or individualized course. Typically, we have a curricular pedagogy workshop for each year. This workshop has tackled different themes: the question of identity, evaluation, the university, plus of life, etc. The one is exchange and reflect on the format and the program of the Curate Pedagogy Workshop, in which the following question will be addressed. What do you need throughout the year to continue to innovate, to think? What can we imagine when teachers' pedagogical activities and modern farmer work offer new potential and new format? So we organize the pedagogical innovation competition. For example, in this year, we have also the program Best Prize to promote undisciplined pedagogical innovation. In the last year, this prize is work in about 50,000 euros, divided into 4 categories: pedagogical innovation, support for education, or long training of life, research in education. So this is just some example of the program. Now, some activity called the toolbox of this program. We have some program already since last year. For example, Professor Lauren. This is the program to invite reputed international professor to come to Lauren 4 months by years to do research and pedagogy also, to give the course. Okay. The Mirabel Plus, this is a multidisciplinary project combining research and training. Or you graduated, this to increase the international visibility of master degree and engineering course related to our recognized area of research. Or the Infra Plus, this network of infrastructure to certificate and integration in the European network. Okay. We have also a scientific, technical, and industrial culture program. This is the program piloted by the objective is own researcher in Lorraine, carried out by the University of Lorraine, Institute National Research and Economy, and INSERT. So we create the experimental laboratory to welcome high school students and research campus. And the latest program is the Future Leader program. That means university want to identify great researchers, okay, to investigate it for long time. That means Future Leader program. So, in summary, this is our planning. In 2015, contact government. Until 2012, we want to increasing 50% of research contract. That means we want to create 50 new startups until 2020. And for international master program, we want to increase 30%, increase 100 PhD tests by year, and the top 1% publication increasing 200% in 2023. Okay, and here is in the birth of the top 1 ranking. So here, this is the the 6th challenge you want to tackle. Okay. So the partner for this program, we have partner in higher education and research institution in Germany, in Luxembourg, in USA, etc. And socio-economic partner, we have several big companies such as Peugeot, Air Liquide, EDF is the Society of Electricity of France, etc. Total is also it's in energy development. Okay. And the support of the region, the city, and we have a great partner called CE Tech. Okay. It's the Commission of Energy. Now I will focus on the heart of University 4.0 is the big data and digital transformation. Just some work about the role of digital technology. Here is in the work. And for French company, okay. And we see that the use of digital technology increasing. Computer between 2010 and 2016, computer, tablet, and smartphone is double. This is French user. Now, about UL. Digital technology play a growing role in UL. I just show that digital revolution is the one of 6 challenges of the program LUE. Okay? And UL is among French universities at the highest level in the use of digital technology. We have one vice president specifically for digital transformation. We have a department having more than 40 staff members with a growing service demand. So, what is the main role of this digital department? Management for information system, development, integration, and monitoring. Customize standard software for our specific use, develop ourselves software for our need, and sell our software to other universities. We have more than 150 software in 3 categories: research, teaching, and human research. Here, we develop and maintenance of infrastructure system and network design, network security, network maintenance, and network service. And this is for the role for education and the role for research. Okay. Now, first I present the digital technology in the service of research. The functionalities here is the digital support to research activity, computer organ, digital identity, and software to code for project, etc. It's basic for all university. So we have digital support to research administration, monitoring of project, management of the budget, and cloud storage. It's very important. And also support for innovative research. For example, I show just some software. We have the software dialogue to provide a dialogue platform and tool to prepare, create, and manage project. We know that each laboratory is governed by several partners: university, minister, CNRS, INRIA, etc. So how our budget, how project is managed? So we have software called Dialogue. Similarly, you have the software JetLab. The one is manage the budget of interlaboratory project, and this is currently contracted. When we submit a project, this project is relied with several services in the university: valorization research, law, scientific counseling, for example. So we have a software jet, which the one is Magna, the scientific document, which should be shared between several units and several partners. This is just one example. And the software Numilab, which the one is dematerialization of scientific document. No more hard copy is needed. To research administration, we have also GapLab, with the one here is the monitoring the activity of laboratory, working time, project number, project result, publication, etc. This is in development. And the software CFAC is already used several years. It's very useful software to manage the budget of each laboratory. Okay. To share and to store document, we have several software. First, OWN is a platform, open archive of scientific document from own academic field. Not that OWN is not only in UL but in France. And first is created by CNRS and then ranked by university. And OWN is ranked 14 in international web repository ranking. So when you need a document, you can link in OWN to get this document, to read and to get this document. So actually we have more than 1 million documents in all. We have also Bull, that is something like Dropbox, but only inside of UL. So the advantage here is we have the confidentiality, security, very, very good software, because with software you can share several papers. For example, we are in scientific counseling of scientific. When we evaluate the project, then, for example, to choose the PhD student to give the funding each year, so each member of counseling can use this one to share the document. And also, is the personal user. Yes, the user can use until 10 GB store. Similarly, we have actually software beta is bigger than Bull. Here it to store very, very huge volume. And finally, this service create the support for innovative research. You have a project called Explore to high performance computer with this budget. And here we have paper with very, very strong power to do the country. Okay. Also, we have interesting support called virtual exhibition. That means if one laboratory has some project or some scientific reason, he want to show to PI. So it's suffice to present the content of this project, and this software will help you give a virtual exhibition. So it's interesting. Now about digital technology in the service of education. Here, similarly, the functionality here is the digital support to teaching activity and to teaching administration. So I present just the two software apps. The one is the KIT pedagogical platform for professor and student. We can download course material to organize a pedagogical activity, to virtual course, to personalize that course, student personal flow up, and we have exchange personally between one teaching, one professor, and one student, or open forum to everyone. This is very interesting, and just one example at 9 o'clock in this that we have this on user online, and for one day we have more than 7,000 connections by 3,700 different users, and for 1 month we have this one connection by this one different user. That means it's very, very useful and success. We have also the software Connect. This is a platform for online meeting, and this can be seen at Sky, but the advantage is only UL, so confidentiality. So online meeting, online course, and record meeting course. And to administration, we have Apogee, which the one is constant the student record, and it allows students to constant the record, constant the study result, get the certificate of education, etc. So this is main software to education administration. To administration the PhD test, we have Adam. This software is very useful because each student, PhD student, is enregistered, saved in this Adam, and for the program, for CV, for record, etc. And we have also the software Aptun or Aptun Plus, which the one is management of course and study, create the new teaching program. So I want to accelerate some example about the digital service of the human resource management. We have software EDI for information exchange. The one is the dematerialization of administrative procedure in all documents will be digital and no more hard copy. It's very big project, and until 2020. Or some other useful practice software to manage the calendar, to recruitment management, or to manage professor teaching service. Or it's also interesting. Agat, the one is manage the administrative staff working time holiday. For example, I am director of my laboratory. Today I am here, but I know if my secretary coming 5 minutes in delay, I know. That means a software to manage the working time, etc. And similarly, we have ACPES to manage the university staff, but this is quite different. Is the permanent staff, and here is the contracted staff. Okay, so it's quite different. Now just one word about the innovating research aspect in this service. Here, the first activity is like linked with security. So we analyze the log to detect abnormal behavior. Okay, so after that we can personalize the service, analyze the user data to personalize the service and user interface service. That means this service not only administration but do the research. Innovating research. We have a project called Learning Analytics. The one is analyze the students' behavior study result progression in order to detect students having trouble and propose a personalized course. So this is an international project combining with university. So I know I had no more time, but maybe 1 minute to show the link between this activity and the factory of the future. In France, we do not say Industry 4.0, but you say that the factory of the future. That means today, University 4.0 prepares activity for the future of industry. So this is some characteristic of Industry 4.0 in France. So startup, big data, fintech, and Uberization. And 10K of the process. Digital transformation is here with 10 cases. So I want to show that the University of Lorraine have a LUE program which six challenge. This in order to tackle the challenge of Industry 4.0. Okay, and in particular, Lorraine is leading of French region in terms of industrial investment in automotive, aerospace, and energy. That is why in the video in France he says that UL is unique in France to this area. Okay, so we organized Industry for the Future this year. Between 3 countries located in Grand Est. Lorraine is a member of Grand Est, which about 3,000 visitors. So some project of ULE linked with University Industry 4.0. We call this program, it's a program investment for avenir. That means for the future. Okay, we have 35 billion euro in this program, and US and its partners are involved in several projects. Okay, this project and so on. And current and future project, we organized a great partner project with several companies in France and in Lorraine, called the program for Industry for the Future. Among them, I can see 3 projects in manufacturing. In PSA is the Peugeot SA. It's the fabric of car. And this program, I am piloted as a partner of this program. It's smart marketing. It's a very interesting, great program by transportation electricity network. You want to prevision the consumption of electricity to planning the production. Finally, we accelerate the technology transfer by organizing 2 societies, SAT and Lorraine Incubator. This is the, in the objective is help university, help support laboratory to create the startup with Lorraine Incubator. And SAT is the, here is the to manage the project, the link, the collaboration with your partner. Okay, I think that I must finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Because limitation of the time, maybe we accept a couple of questions, short questions if possible. Okay? Does anyone have questions? Sure, over there. Yeah.
Thank you for for a very comprehensive presentation on your University 4.0, especially in relationship to digitization of the universities. My question is that how does university in general in France can bring up the soul in the human, in our graduates, you see? Yes. We have been talking about technology transfer, robotics, virtual reality, manufacturing, all the top high-tech infrastructure, which are hard structures, right? Yes. What about the soul in our graduates? How do University of Lorraine, for example, embed the values of human touch? Because these are all disruptive technology where human will be losing the personal touch, the values and ethics. Do university in France in general has such values, human values embedded into that? That's my question.
Yes, thank you. At level national, we can divide that in 3 categories of university. French university, of the use of digital transformation, the highest level, that means university using very much technique for digital transformation. And the second level is the half, and the last level, the third level is just only some technology. So we are in the first level. I say that the University of Lorraine is among university at the highest level in the use of digital transformation. We create the software by our need, and also to sell to other university. So this is at the level of digital transformation. Now about manufacturing, I say that Lorraine is the unique region. Lorraine, Grand Est is Lorraine, Strasbourg, and Reims, etc. So this region is the unique region in France that have industrial company in the area of manufacturing. So manufacturing is one of 6 challenges of our program every year, and we can say that this is a strong point of our activity. Okay. Now, if you ask me how about France, because this area is unique in Lorraine, so we in Grand Est, so we can say that the development in France is focused on the region Grand Est. Okay. Of this. I don't know if I answered your question. No.
Is that okay? Sure. Maybe we can we discuss our bias, okay? And another chance left. Could you please keep your question as short as possible? Is there anyone? No. Oh, so okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's thanks, Professor Lee again. So allow me to introduce the second speaker, Professor Ali Salman. Ali Salman have so many titles and this is introduction. So he is a Chief Information Officer of University Technology Malaysia, and he's the Director of Center of Communication and Information Technology, also in University Technology Malaysia. She's also a professor at Faculty of Computing, University Technology Malaysia, and serves as a chair of the Computer Society Malaysia section of IEEE. And he also served as editor-in-chief and editorial boss of some many famous international journals and important international journals. And he's now program chair of international conference on software engineering tools, methodologies, SOMET 2017, and the hand in Japan. This is, you go over there this year, okay? And he's visiting so many countries. So serve as visiting scholars at Czech, Kuwait, and Japan's Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. So I think he have so many experience on different kinds of university. So today he wants to share his experience in Malaysia. So let's welcome Professor Ali Selamat. Let's welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me such opportunity to share the experience that we have in Malaysia. And in particular, I would like to thank Professor Ngoc Tan Nguyen for giving the opportunity for me to share the experience of Malaysia in unlocking the educational technology, and of course, the way how we move forward to address the issues related to the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So the materials that have been included in this talk actually cannot be completed by myself. So I would like to share that we have our main contributors here. So we have here Datin Paduka. Yeah, can you please? Yeah. So Datin Paduka is the instrumental person that giving such insightful things about Malaysia, higher education. And we have here Associate Professor Dr. Malia Putih. Yeah, so she's the strategic communication unit. So she's instrumental in establishing the communication among the stakeholders in Malaysia, especially in private and public universities, in terms of how the education has been transformed. And without Professor Rose Arlinda here, yeah, so she's the president of Malaysian Association for Information System, and of course, she's the head of Industrial Revolution 4.0 at University Technology in Malaysia. So they are the key people that actually giving us some insightful thinking what we have to do in Malaysia in response to the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And I would like to share the outline of my talk this morning. So the first is just a bit part of University Technology in Malaysia, if you have not been there, and just a bit part of what is all about Industrial Revolution 4.0. So I think this is quite instrumental for us to look what is at the back end, yeah, the history of Industry 4.0, and how we can move forward in addressing these challenges that is already established in this Industrial Revolution 4.0's direction. And a bit part of what is the transformation in Malaysia, in particular on higher education. And I believe so, some of you already receiving this material from my colleagues, yeah? So this is about the soaring upwards, how we address Industrial Revolution 4.0 in line with this University 4.0, and how we can move forward, and what are the issues and challenges that we have made, and what are the initiatives that have been taken place at this moment in time until 2025, and how actually we are going to move forward. And for us to be here today is to share our experience, and perhaps if any of you here would like to further collaborate and further discuss on the initiative that we have taken, perhaps we can have it after our talk, and our colleagues here are ready to share with all of you here on these issues and initiative. So I also will share about UTM 4.0, Digital Nervous System, and some kind of outlooks and future works. Yeah. So just a bit part of University Technology in Malaysia. Is located in the southern part of Malaysia. Is the main campus here. Just if you've been to Singapore, it's just 45 minutes from Singapore. You know, of course, you have to cross the border, but I think by the year of 2020, there will be a speed train directly from Singapore to Kuala Lumpur. It takes about, I think, 45 minutes. Yeah. So now it's under construction, and we have another campus in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah, just around 15 minutes from Twin Tower. So this is our campus in Johor Bahru. It's about 1,000 hectares. Yeah. So it's a green campus, and you can see that this is the sceneries of the university. And this is in Kuala Lumpur. Yes, you see this is Twin Tower, and our university is just cross. You can just walk around 10 to 15 minutes from Twin Towers. Yeah. So if you happen to Kuala Lumpur, or if you happen in Johor Bahru, you are in Singapore, just let me know. Perhaps we can arrange some meeting, or we can fetch you from the airport to come and have some discussion in our green campus, and of course in our city campus. So just the facts and figures of what our university is all about. So we have this, we have 4,000 PhD students, and we have about 3,000 plus international students from many parts of the world. Yeah, here we have about 70 countries, and we have 16,000 index publication. We have inbound and outbound student. This is the numbers. So this is as of January 2017. But for the detail of the comparison, you can read from these materials that is given about the comparison of each of the universities in Malaysia. So how the university has been transformed based on the so-called QS ranking and so forth is already available. So the next thing is, this is our collaborators from many parts of the world on different parts of initiatives. And you can see that we are mapping ourselves in the globe, yeah? And these are our partners, mainly that we have been collaborating in part of research and of course in part of journal publication and others, yeah? And of course we have the inbound and outbound students from many parts of the world coming to UTM, and also from UTM to these parts of the universities in the world. So just, I would like to share with you what is Industrial Revolution 4.0. So this is what has been transpired before. So what we have here is, for the first industrial revolution, we have these mechanical things, and then we move to the second industrial revolution. Yeah, this is mass production. And then third industrial revolution, automating the things. And the fourth industrial revolution is focusing on the so-called cyber physical system. So how we digitize those knowledge and information that we have, and interconnecting with the devices to make our industries more relevant to the world. Just a bit part of the Industrial Revolution. This is from Professor Klaus Schwab. So Industrial Revolution is how actually we can respond and how actually we can engage with this Industrial Revolution. And basically, he says that this, we stand to bring about this technological revolution, but there is a kind of transformation need to be done. So what kind of transformation that we have to do to support, yeah, the connectivities of different types of things, yeah? So this is the important things that has to be addressed. And of course, the most important part is it has to be integrated and comprehensive with the stakeholders, with a global polity and public and private sectors to academia and civil society. It's quite broad, actually, yeah? And this is from the founders and chairman of the World Economic Forum. I would like to share with you the
original industrial revolution
text about the videos about industrial revolution.
To do all kinds of interesting things.
That was followed by additional revolutions for electricity and computers and communications technology. We're now in the early stages of the fourth industrial revolution, which is bringing together digital, physical, and biological systems.
One of the features of this fourth industrial revolution is that it doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
We need a different economic model that will allow us to meet the basic needs of every human on the planet, and that will be focused not on growth per se, but on maximizing human well-being.
We have energy technologies that can power our civilization, but how do we get it and implement it at the scale we need at a price that people around the world can afford?
If we're able to do something to transform cities, to make them more efficient, then the impact can be huge.
We can use asset tracking, we can use IT, we can use 3D printing to decouple growth from the resource constraints we have.
The question of adding quality to quantity, it's really about a diverse, safe, healthy, and just world with clean air, clean water, clean energy.
Together we are fighting to preserve our fragile climate from irreversible damage and devastation of unthinkable proportions.
The prediction of 5 million jobs lost by 2020 to technology is serious, but the main question is, how will we define work? How will we share the wealth?
How can you have a doctor that really knows a lot about data? How can you have a biologist that knows about medicine?
We have to create a space that enables people to think freely, to think divergent thoughts, to think creative thoughts.
We really need new education or new training.
We're working with a World in Motion and First Robotics, trying to encourage students from 3rd grade all the way up through the end of high school to pursue science, math, and different technologies.
It's this ability of digital technology to change outcomes, to truly empower people that can create a more equitable growth.
Fourth industrial revolution has the potential to make inequalities visible and to make them less acceptable in the future.
I was the first person in the world to be able to voluntarily move my legs while stepping in a robot. The cure will be possible if enough of the right people have the will to make it happen.
We're seeing this incredibly exciting convergence of genome editing, DNA sequencing. Governments have a very important role to play in enabling the safe and effective use of technologies.
We need to take responsibility at every level of society to adapt to these technological challenges, which are redefining what it means to be completely embedded in this world.
Even though we have everyday problems we have to solve, we have to find a way to lay the foundations for the innovations of tomorrow.
See, the Industrial Revolution has been there for some time, but how we address the challenges in this era of Industrial Revolution, that's a big question. And in particular, how the higher education is addressing this issue. So if you read this report on the future of jobs, digital revolution, and realizing human potential, you will see a lot of great opportunities for higher education to transform, and look at the opportunity that we can look at and see how actually we address the issues. And in particular is on the velocity, the breadth of the depths of the technologies that is in place, and how destructive it is to the current ways of how the economic works, and how it's impactful to the entire systems. So this is quite critical. In fact, the companies that exist today may not be able to exist anymore in the near future. So how we address these issues, in particular of preparing our graduates to become technology savvy, understanding the natural things of learning, and then to make way forward. So this is the University of the Future, from the Sabina Jeschke, yeah, from University of Aachen, and she actually addressed the issues of the digital culture. Nowadays, I think any of you will have at least 2 or 3 devices connected to the internet. Yeah? Any of you here in the classroom, in this lecture hall, does not have any mobile devices? Any of you? So I believe so. Yeah? If you said you don't have it, something is not right. Yeah? Something is wrong. Yeah? So this is the first thing. And the second thing is the way of learning. Yeah? The way of learning also changed, and how actually we address the student learning. Yeah? Professor Watson was sharing yesterday, student cannot have a contact in the class for more than 6 seconds or 6 minutes. 8 seconds, yeah? So it's a very short period. How do you make them to attract to class, to the materials that you share, so that they will engage with you, yeah? And the other thing is individualization. So how we can personalize the learning, and at the end of the day, the student will be able to gain the knowledge as much as they can. So this is the new paradigm of learning that we have to address in line with this Industry 4.0. And this is quite critical for us to move now. Otherwise, we'll be lag behind, and our graduates will not be competitive enough to compete with the world. So this is sharing with you from the PricewaterhouseCoopers research, in 2016, talking about the framework of Industry 4.0 in relation to the digital technologies. These are the technologies that's available: IoT, location, human-machine interfaces, authentication, Bitcoin. Nowadays we have Bitcoin, ransomware, things coming in. 3D printing, smart sensors, big data analytics, multi-level customer interaction, customer profiling. So these are the big things. Augmented realities, cloud computing, and others. So these are the framework of what are the digital technologies that already in place. How do we can make use of these digital technologies to make sure that we are able, at least we are able to understand what are the next thing that we can prepare for our new generation or our current generation. So this is from the Industry 4.0, application and engineering transform. Then from the physical to digital, there's application related to it like sensors, wearable, augmented reality, and then in the digital product impact related to the optimization and prediction, cognitive and high performance computing. And from the digital world to the physical worlds, then we have to transform it. How to make people to understand that this is something that is related to them, and in fact, every single household, they will be having a smartphone, mobile phone, or internet connectivity is that already there. So how they can make use of it to make themselves prepare for the new industrial revolution. So what is needed here is that the first level is industrial revolution needs interconnection, whereby you have a network of interconnectivities, meaning that you have this higher level bandwidth to connect from one place to another, and then you have this data that's already available, and then you need to integrate for them to make them meaningful. And another level is innovation. Innovation, how you innovate it, what kind of new things that you can produce for the market needs. And the last one is how you address the market challenges. So these are the application and engineering transformation. As you can see here, it's already there. Self-driving car. This is from Tesla. SpaceX, reusable rocket. The platform is moving anywhere. No longer you need to have a place that near to the equator. You can be anywhere, and you can just store it in. And 3D printing is already there. And of course, dynamic robots. So from the tangible into intangible thing, and how actually the science, technology, engineering, mathematics are there to support these new ways of things. So we have here virtual reality, real-time face-to-face reenactment video, drone, and we have this Google AlphaGo. So these are the disruptive science and technology innovation. And you can see here, repetitive jobs will be replaced either by robots or by new ways of doing things. You are using your smartphone or something like that. So this is the things. And even the trades nowadays, if happen to be you bought the Bitcoin shares in the last 5 years, you will probably becoming a millionaire today. That's happening. One Bitcoin equivalent to $3,000, something like that. So it's really something that is, make you to become somebody. But if you pick up the early stage of this disruption of science and technology related to digital connectivities, and as you can see here, this like human is going to be replaced by robots at the front desk, and it's happening in Japan nowadays. So what happened next? So this is the things. And of course, the blockchain and the other things related to it. Of course, people will be displaced because of the loss of jobs. And there will be people migrating to some other places. And as you can see here, the world population is about 7 billion. And the one that connected to the broadband network is about 4 billion. The rest are not connecting to it. So what will happen to them? I think these are the issues probably we can share together, can think together, and how we can move forward to address also the remaining numbers of these people who are not getting connectivities to whatever we are enjoying today. And future job trends. So you see that. So these are the things probably coming in soon, yeah? So you can read this from Race Against the Machine, how actually the machine will change us, not only in the manufacturing plant, but of course in the servicing industry. So it's a great challenges of it. And this is future job trends, yeah? So 60% of the job will be obsolete, but others will grow, yeah? So in relation to mental health related areas, yeah? So this is related to robot anesthetic, yeah? Creative, high EQ, innovation, and compassionate. More creative disciplines are needed, music, arts, and others. So we need to blend or to connect together between the technological and, of course, with the arts. Yeah? So the best talent is not the machine, but we need to combine between human and machine. But in fact, the human itself need to understand what machine can do and what machine cannot do. And then from there, you transform the solution for them. And kind of future jobs, data analytics to help companies to make sense of the data, and then social skills such as persuasion, emotional intelligence, and many others. Yeah, in the areas of digital technologies nowadays, people are talking on digital technology, and it's now moving towards digital transformation, DX. Yeah, I will share to all of you towards the end of my talk. So, in impacting the higher education is how will lecturers teach? What are the methods that is suitable for them? How will the student learn? How the student will learn in the future? Can we imagine now? But what we can see today cannot be imagined how actually it's going to be happening in the future. What will the lecturers teach? How the content would like? If they just only can engage with you only 8 seconds or less than that. This is very crucial. Pedagogics of learning is something that has to be addressed as well. And then, how will the learning space look like? Are they studying or learning under the tree by having a high-speed internet connectivities? Do they can learn? Yeah. But yesterday, I think Professor Gosson also was sharing that if they are in the speed train or in the train that's very packed, yeah. So can they learn by putting the left and right of their ears with the earphone and then just browsing the learning materials from the smartphone? Can they really learn? Possibly yes, possibly not. Yeah. So these are the things that might be worth to think. And what are the roles of us today and tomorrow? Are we still relevant as the professors, as the lecturers, as the instructors? We are going to be replaced by the robots. So this is the question that we have to look at. Yeah. And what are the roles of the student and what are the attributes of the student and lecturers? Yeah, I give you some example. Yeah, the future student, they like to learn what they like. They don't like to learn what they don't like. The thing is that if they like to learn like chef, they will go and learn from the master chef. They will take 3 credits from them. Okay, then master chef will give them a certificate of these 3 credits, and that 3 credits must be evaluated and must be vetted and be recorded as part of their transcript. And they will take another interesting things that like programming. They will take 3 credits for programming. So they will learn with the masters of programmers, and they will get another 3 credits. The question now is, are our educational authority, like in Malaysia we have Malaysian Qualification Agency, for instance, are we ready to adopt with this kind of needs, for instance, to address that? Yes, you have accumulated like 128 credits for 60 credits, 60 subjects, for instance. And then from there, this subject is taken from different fields, and we will be able to award you with a degree in whatever field. Does it possible? So this is a question that we have to look at. And it might happen, if we don't address this, students will say that we will shy away from getting higher education from university. Yeah? Of course, I would like to share again on the next context related to the Malaysia Higher Education 4.0. So this is from the materials that I shared some of you, and also the slide already being shared. So this is the contextual things about the numbers that we have in a private institution. We have 524,000 students, and we have 36,000 academics, yeah? And in a public university, we have about 618,000 students, and then we have 32,000 academics, yeah? So we have 34 institutions in polytechnics, yeah? And 9,000 students from the polytechnics. And we have these so-called 401 colleges and 96 universities, college university. So these are the statistics that we have in the context of Malaysian higher education. And this is how the developments higher education in Malaysia. So we have a pre-1957, we become independent. And then we have the inception of the university, University of Malaya, University of Technology Malaysia, University Kebangsaan, and many others. And then we start to new economic policy in 1971 to 1991. And then we have a national development policy from 1991 to 2000. And we have the Vision 2020, yeah? So this is in this period of 1991 to 2010. And in Malaysia, we have this Malaysia Research Universities has been incepted back in somewhere between, I think, 2006, yeah? And then we have this movement of the blueprint to look at the economic transformation program, yeah, from the year 2010 up to the year 2020 and beyond. So these are the things that has been in place of the development of Malaysia higher education. So these are the challenges of Malaysia higher education, yeah? So we have to respond to the citizen and global citizen, graduates 21st century skills, information overloads, industry, academia collaboration, financial sustainability, and how much the return of investment that we have been spending for higher education. And these are the things. And then we look at how we can transform the higher education, yeah? So we have this new generation of academics, yeah? New academia, we have this mediating competing goals, yeah? So to access the social equity and quality, and then diverse purpose of higher education, political values, and then adequacy of the state funding. And the core part here is the soul. What is the soul of higher education? What the student will going to be in the end when they graduating from the university or colleges. And in addressing these things, we have this Malaysia Education Blueprint 2015-2025, and we have these SHIP values to enable us to move forward in addressing the challenges and how actually this actually related back to Industrial Revolution 4.0. And we look at this agile university governance, yeah, self-regulating institution, can it be done? Self-accreditation, can it be done? Yeah, Wakaf, this is like a endowment, something like that. And open academic tenureship, yeah, is it anybody can come and go to become professors? If we are no longer become relevant, so who else will be relevant? So this is a question that we also need to address. And shared governance, student, and of course the management of it, yeah. So towards the end of the day, the Malaysian Education Blueprint sets out a clear system based on the student's aspiration, accessibility, the quality of education, the equity, the unity, and the efficiency of delivering. And then, of course, we look at how actually we try to balance between the knowledge that they access, the thinking skill, the language proficiency, and of course we look at the national identity, leadership skill, and of course the ethical and spirituality. So these are the core part that we have to address to make up that when the student is finishing their studies, they are able to have the values that has been set and predefined by the nation. And of course, it's not only about engineering challenges of the 21st century. Yeah? We are talking about digitalization of the things that we are doing, but of course there are other issues as well, like solar's problem, energy problem, medicine, cybersecurity, and many others. So the basic thing is that we want to improve the human life. So how we can do about it? And we have this emerging technologies in place, smart devices, and of course the services that we have. But it's just only, we can only see the top one, the thing that we can see today. But the one that we are looking at is at the bottom still cannot be seen. And how actually we can discover this? Together we define for the future on University 4.0. And I would like to share about the UTM, what are the things that we have as a university, and in addressing the fourth industrial revolution. And we propose what we call is a digital nervous system. So basically, we try to address, this is the shift from Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint. We have 10 shifts on holistic, entrepreneurial, and balanced graduate. We look at the talent, excellence, nation, and lifelong learners. This is for lifelong learning. And then quality of technical vocational education. And then we have to look at this financial sustainability. And of course, the others is related to global prominence, to be seen in the world as top researchers. And of course, the product that we produce from higher education is what we call as can be marketable. And of course, we have a student mobility program and others. Yeah. So these are the what we call is the outcomes and the enablers. You can see the different colors indicating different meaning of this Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint. So from there, we map it to specifically for University Technology Malaysia, UTM, and we look at how actually this particular shift has been addressed, looking at what has been given, and how actually we address it one by one that map to our ways of doing things. Yeah. So in this case, we have this the highest level here. This is a house framework. So we have the global prominence, and from there we have the educators and the student. They are the key players. How actually we can become a global prominence? The student and the educators need to be having sufficient knowledge and skills, yeah, for them to move up. And we address also related to this 21st century curriculum on TVET and lifelong learning. And then learning delivery system, we have to address on the learning everywhere, individualization of learning, this is I shared just now, flexible delivery, we use this MOOC, MOOC, and Blossom, and modular projects and peers mentors. And research and innovation, we have different part of it. We have Research Alliance, yeah, and we have a high COE and a numbers of COEs that is there, research group, student innovators. And we have this, another level is the financial and the governance that will be in place. And at the bottom line, as we can see here, is the technologies. Yeah, the technology is the one that enabling us to help us to elevate to different level. And learning analytics, gamification, AI, and robotics is the foundation of it. So it's in line with this industrial revolution. So in summary, so we create this, we call it digital nervous system. So we have this, the core is New Academia Learning and Innovation, NALI, and this is a part of UTM Digital Nervous System, and it's supported by 4.0 technologies, expert, 21st learning design, content delivery, learning analytics, and we have these student learners and educators, and then of course we have these collaborators. So we try to bring them together to understand what is all about Industrial Revolution 4.0 and what is about University 4.0, and these key stakeholders must be working closely, hand in hand. If they don't work closely, they don't understand it, as Professor Gosson yesterday said, the administrators having different thinking about what we are delivering, and it's kind of, they say that I finish my work from 8 to 5, then that's it, then the rest is yours, something like that. So it's a bit trivial, I would say that, yeah? And of course, in addressing these challenges, we put 3 core things here. So we have grand challenges, we said it. So on the learning technologies, on the 21st century curriculum, and on the learning analytics. And these are our centers of excellence, Media and Games Innovation Center of Excellence. We have this Center for Advanced Robotic, Cairo, and we have this Center for Engineering Education, and we have a UTM Big Data Center. But of course, this only 4 centers, but we have many other centers also involved in this, and to increase the numbers of these grand challenges as well. So this is a part of it. So we have this learning technologies, gamification, advanced information system, and robotics. So these are the educational technologies that we focus on, and how actually we address this based on the character qualities, the competencies, and the foundational of literacies, and how actually we address this based on personalized content and curriculum, open educational resources, and of course with the collaboration activities. And this is the gamification technologies that we have been established based on the Kinect, Leap Motion, Data Glove, motion captures, brain interaction, and others. Yeah? And of course, 3D printing and hologram. So our Minister of Higher Education will come and initiate these gamification technologies and learning at our Magic X, Media and Games Center of Excellence in this 10th of August 2017. And these are the solution that we made. We work with this Petronas, yeah, Malaysian petroleum company. We developed this healthy and safety for environmental oil and gas. We developed these learning materials based on the augmented realities, how actually the engineers can learn how to operate this centrifugal oil compressor. Yeah? And of course, we also developed this memorial based on 3D augmented realities on this. This is the father of current Prime Minister. Yeah? So whereby historical fact, and this is the house, and how actually we use this augmented reality to be used as part of the activities inside this monumental building. So these are the applications that we have developed. Yeah? This is from our Media, Games and Innovation Center. We have 150 mobile games application that's already, you can download, you can play with that, and it's there already, and how actually we address this innovativeness of our students to provide this kind of solution. And this is from our Industrial 4.0 at Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. In UTM, we are the only university in Malaysia having this Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, whereby we have a collaboration with the Japanese university, more than 20 Japanese universities that sending their professors to come and give a lecture at our university at this center, at this institute. And then, of course, the student can spend 1 year mobilities in any of these Japanese university for joint program development. So these are the activities that we have, then is cooperation with others university. And this is the other things that we have. This is from Cairo, yeah. So the same thing is knowing the woods, yeah. So this is slaughtering of the chicken and others activity. And we have also disaster land simulation here, yeah. And we have this project with the Industry 4.0. This is with the international partners, University of Bremen. So this is related to this open modeling and simulation environment platform. So this is in relation to the, what we call as a learning platform that is supported with the European countries and Pacific countries on the competency of the realization of Industry 4.0. And to address this 21st century curriculum, we look at this foundation of literacies, and then competencies and the character qualities, and how actually we look at this critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration is a core, and how actually we embed this into our learning curriculum. And this is the core of it. So we have how actually we try to make a balance of the student, the graduates, based on the subject areas related to the curriculum, the assessment, the instruction, and then of course with the instructional development. So this is like the overall things that we have to make balance of our graduates to further thinking of what next for them in the future. And for this new academia learning innovation, we devised this back 5 years ago related to this. What is the new role of this? We call it new academia. Yeah. So the professors no longer like just only a professor. They need to become inventors and entrepreneurs. The learning materials will be experiences, internet, and internship. The philosophy is more towards integration rather than very narrow field of studies. And then the funding can be from the real estate investment, from endowment, from the Waqaf, from venture capital and others. And we have to do kind of creative fundraising. So this is quite critical part that we have to look at to ensure the sustainability of the university for the future. And of course, the venue, students, as I said just now, they can learn anywhere, everywhere. Yeah, but by having this support very, very high on this Wi-Fi broadband connectivities, and in Malaysia we have this MyRAN, Malaysian Research Education Network that support it. And then we have this new pedagogy of learning, peer instruction, internship incubators, experiential learnings, and others is we have these different values that we have to embed here. And the outcome is here in the new academia is it's not only just the degrees and expertise, it's about business models. I think it's already being discussed yesterday. What is the business model? Next business model, the capital, the networks, the culture, how we change the culture from what we are today to the next level of challenges that we have. And then from there, we create a microcredit, spin-off companies, and some projects. So these are the so-called overall ideas of, we call it NALI, New UTM New Academia Learning and Innovation, basically on the student-centered learning and how actually we're utilizing the digital resources for it. And these are the overall views of interrelated thing, and it's led by our UTM lead, to support this Center of Teaching and Learning and how actually we address this initiative. And of course, we also have 21st century engineering education to support different types of curriculum and how actually we can address it from the classroom towards the industrial workplace and how actually we address it. And these are under our Center of Engineering Education, we provide a lot of trainings from people from different parts of the world, from Korea, from Hong Kong, from India, from Singapore, Morocco, Turkey, and many others. So these are the things that we work with this Center of Engineering Education that's supporting this cooperative learning. And of course, learning analytics, these are the things that we have been working on. We developed this learning analytics cycle with the visualization dashboard, how actually we create this kind of thing. And then we work together with the Australian Innovative Research University and Malaysian Research University Network on this specific project related to learning analytics. And social media analytics also there. So we have developed this, what is the emotion? How people like the university. So based on the emotion, you see that they like, they dislike, they cry, whatever. This is from the Twitters. Simple thing, but you can see that how much popular you are as a university. And it's quite interesting. And of course, we cannot discuss this very much, but it's like how we compare this kind of feeling on different feeling, and then the sentiment analysis of the popular cartoon in Malaysia. Of course, the other thing is utilizing the AdWords, to make the online marketing as part of the research with 110,000 students and professors. So how actually we develop this kind of online marketing challenge. So that's the overall contextual thing. So I would just like to summarize it. That's industrial revolution is there. The digital ideas is there. The job disruption is there. So how we address it in terms of digital? So this one example of it is digital transformation. This is a coin word that people nowadays talking about. So how actually the technologies will be the ways how actually we change something that has been done. And the business need to be redesigned accordingly. So one of the typical example, just skip this one. So this is Pizza Mogul. So this is Domino's Pizza. I think just short videos. So you can share the pizza, you can order it, you can customize it accordingly. And it's becoming a new solution. And it's shared through the Facebook and others. And here we are. So you can customize the pizza when you order. Yeah. So this is the quite interesting part of it. Yeah. And how the digital disruption is making a place. And this is quite interesting things. How actually this is in Spain. Yeah. Professor Munas. Yeah. So this is how actually people pay, because these theaters is having a problem whereby nobody want to watch them anymore. So what they will do is they do a digital transformation. And they transform it by having people to come without paying anything. But what they have to do is, they will pay if they laugh.
Ante esa realidad, la compañía independiente de comedia Teatraneo decidió tomárselo con humor e inventar algo.
Pay Per Laugh, the first comedy shows where you only pay for what you consume. We fitted each seat with a facial recognition system that detects.
So they use a facial recognition, and if you laugh, they will count it. If you have many numbers of laugh, and eventually they will charge you based on the numbers of laugh.
Produced is worth 30 euro cents, something that in this day and age is quite a reasonable price.
You see that they are laughing, then they will count it, and they have each individual people that coming to the theater will laugh.
Could check their laughter account before paying and even share it on social networks.
And they can share to other members as well.
No one would cry for having laughed more.
So people are laughing here and there.
The amount to pay was 80 laughs for 24 euros. The average price of the ticket increased by 6 euros. The system was covered by the main national media outlets, and this produced 35% more spectators.
So many spectators coming in because of this.
28,000 euros more ticket money than was normally taken. Currently, the system is being copied in other theatres in Spain. A mobile phone.
Okay, so that's the end of my sharing on this Industrial Revolution 4.0. I hope that you have some understanding of what it's all about, and then how the digital will disrupt the ways that we are doing, and how we, as the education, as a university, as higher institution, will make ourselves to adapt with this kind of challenges and make sure that we are still relevant for the future generation. So these are the challenges for future job. Disruptive is there, so how we address it, and then personalization, individualized learning, and of course the accreditation challenges from different parts of the world, and of course the innovation as the key factors how actually we can move forward. So I think with that, that's my talk, and I thank to everybody for listening to me, and thank you.
Okay, thanks, Professor Ali Salman. Also, same that we open opportunity of a couple of questions. Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that very interesting talk. You mentioned in a side remark that in the future students will decide for themselves what they want to learn, right? What do you think, how will we will be able to design curricula in that situation?
This is very interesting question. In order to do so, we have to look at younger people input, how actually what they want to learn, and how the curriculum will adapt to their needs. No longer we force them to learn. So the problem is, are we ready to give up? Or are we ready to make a balance between this understanding?
We're not ready to give up. Definitely not.
Yes. So if that's the case, if we are not ready to give up, then this is what happened. I would like to share with you, like the Ubers and Airbnb. So what they do is that if we are not ready to give up, and this becoming like a policy is there in place, when this type of learning and somebody is offering of this program online, everywhere, anytime, and they get a degree, and they say that I'm no longer needed to attend public school because I will earn my degree anywhere from any universities. At the end of the day, I will survive myself. I will create a job for the people. That's the greatest challenges that we are facing. So are we adaptable with the needs of the current generation and the future generation? Of course, we say that no, because we are policymakers, for instance. We have a lot of things behind that in place. But what if this young generation will say that, okay, you guys, as the policymakers, disagree with me, I will lobby to all the young generation will not vote you for the next election. So what will happen? You are not there anymore. That's happening now. Like, you just tweet it and everybody will get the feedback. And they say, yes, this is what we want. The popularity is through the Twitter, through the Facebook, through the other mediums of social media is much more higher than the newspaper, the current media.
Yeah, but
I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, but in the end, that will mean that students do anything that they want. They attend any courses that they want, and then they will come to you and say, "Give me a degree."
Cannot be, because they have to register to you. But you have to have some framework for them to adapt. You must build a framework for them to accept that this is the framework. Yes, you can take whatever courses that you wish. We give you probably 30%, 40%, something like that, for your own selection. Yeah. But giving that these particular instructors in this particular institution, like chefs, like mechanics or whatever, they give the accreditation from your institution, from the technical higher education, they will get this opportunity to earn a degree. So you get a balance of it.
Okay, I see.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we still, okay, over there, and the fifth.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's good. I'm Kim. And
I cannot see you. Can I? Where are you? Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Kim. I'm Vietnamese. However, I was an international in Malaysia before. So I see you have a good presentation. You told me that now educational technology, we have students, right? So everything we do is we try to build up like learning autonomy amongst students, right? Okay, so as you mentioned that now our role as an educator, we try to train, we can be inventor, right? Or we can do another job. So, and then you got like a big performance in Malaysia. UTM is a big name, I know. So,
thank you.
Did you go in depth and share with us that how many % that UTM members are willing to change? I want to know that if everybody are willing to change, so could you share with us the lesson or how experience, how to change we can adapt in this context, I mean that in Vietnam context, because Vietnamese viewers want to train like your country.
Okay, thank you. Very inspiring question, but I think the ladies next to you will be able to answer the question. It's my, we call it my top advisors on this and on relation to how the education transform. Please, Professor Rose.
Thank you, Kim, for the question. I'm explaining because I was formerly the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Internationalization at UTM since 2012, January, until January 2017. So when we introduced the new academia concept in 2011, we felt that it was important to create a transformation amongst the educators. So first and foremost was the NALI framework. So with the NALI framework in place, we made it mandatory for all lecturers to actually implement their education materials online and on the, at that time we used edX, but after that we went on to open learning and they were assessed on their contributions. So the annual assessments actually keep track what has been contributed to what percentage, so the number of access, all the measurements were in place and their performance assessment for the year is based on the utilization and the access of the students to the teaching materials. At the same time, the activities on their education innovations in terms of research were also being measured. So both the education and the research components are integrated, and at the end of the year, they get the outcome of the measurement of assessment, and their promotion is also based on their productivity in the efforts. So that became very, very effective. Basically, if you're not productive, you will not be promoted, and if you do not change, you will actually be penalized in terms of the awards of grants and other incentives being given to you. So we have found that there is very, very effective, but I think one of the speakers yesterday mentioned that culture plays a very big role. The youngsters are very, very enthusiastic and excited about producing of this. But the senior citizens, some have opted out to retire and to not accept the challenge, but those who have really doubled and their productivity and led many of these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
So it's okay?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just can I share with you, we have this University President Forum, and we are going to have it on the 8th until 10th of August. So this is in relation to this Industry 4.0, and it's going to be the participants coming from many parts of the world, and they are vice chancellors, they are president of the universities, and I think more than 150 participants from these distinguished universities will come, and they will also sharing the next generation of the higher education. And a few conferences also we have related to these things. We have this woman in engineering education. Then we have this, the keynote speaker is from MOOC founders, yeah, and he's going to give a talk on that. And the last one is from our other universities talking about My Higher Education 4.0. So this is in our other university Pendidikan Sultan Idris. So any of you are interested to further, expand your understanding on interconnecting linkages, how can we move forward as educational institution in respect to the challenges of higher education and Industry 4.0, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a sense, Professor Salamas again, okay? And since everyone's accept your coffee breaks in our discussion, thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. It's time for some coffee and tea. We'll come back at 10:15. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our last section of the conference in 1 minute. Please make yourself comfortable.
Manuel Nunes. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last section of the conference of today. And I would like to introduce to you the chair of today is Professor Manuel Nunes. And today we also have the new speaker, Mr. Nguyễn Thế Vinh, Dr. Nguyễn Thế Vinh from Vietnam.
Thank you. So, welcome to the last section of the conference. We are going to have two very interesting talks from Vietnamese colleagues, and we start with the first one. So, I'm very bad with pronouncing any language, including mine, but Dr. Nguyen Te Binh, so he's one of the human resources, high-ranking executives and experts in Vietnam. He has 20 years professional experience, and he has been working in different organizations. So he has been an executive member of the Global Studies Committee on People Management, and working in different positions in human resources management. And he got 2 bachelor degrees, a major in business administration and teaching of English. So please, let's welcome our first speaker. Come. Thank you. So all yours. You have 40 minutes, more or less.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great honor to be here to share a talk with you, a case study, human capital, a new generation under the 4th industrial revolution in Vietnam. I'm more focused on the human capital because from yesterday until now, we are more focused on education. So as you know that the HR is of the center of the 4th industrial revolution. So this is the case of Vietnam. My talk is focused on about four parts. The first one is about the overview industrial 4.0 and the impact on the labor market. And the second one is the new demand of educational change and future labor. And the third part is how we can imagine a typical educational output, what I can call it the HR 4.0. And the last one is a recommendation on a recommendation with the relevant authorities, with the enterprises, and with the institutions. So that is the recommendations. How can you imagine that in a shoe factory now in Vietnam with a few thousand workers, and very soon within 10 years time, in that factory have only 200 or 300 staff. In the thread factory, also now have 500, and they need only 30 workers. Or in a textiles factory, one worker can responsible for 2 machines, and now they can responsible for 10 or 12 machines. So all of these things affect the workforce structures significantly, and also change a lot in the future. So I can say that in Vietnam, now in the first stages of maturity of the industry 4.0, and many tasks traditionally performed by humans will be automated. And of course, you can see that we can change the face of the modern workforce significantly. And for the overview of the benefits and drawbacks about the Industry 4.0 in terms of the labor market, we can see that we can increase the productivity, efficiency, competitiveness, and revenue, or of course better customer service, and grow in high skill and well-paid job. But you also can see that we cannot perform the complicated or non-repetitive tasks. Costs also high, require maintenance and training, and unemployment, and we need a lot of skilled labor. So that is some benefits and drawbacks. So Vietnam economy is the first 6 months 2017. GDP increased 5.73%. But you can see that three sectors: agriculture, forestry, fishing, industries, and construction services. And all of these things are our major sectors. And we also is quite famous for manufacturing processing. It contributes 10.5% for the GDP, something like this. But most of these sectors are highly affected. You can see that we are quite famous about garment and textile, electric manufacturing, processing, agriculture, and service and transportation. And these are leading industries in Vietnam. And this is the job at risk industry in general. Also, you know that the manual job will be replaced by the cognitive jobs. So you can see that there are many kinds of jobs that in general will be disappear in the future, and all the kind with the highly skilled, like doctor and lawyer, managers, and home care, which we need face-to-face, so will be available, but there are many disappear. But of course, in the future, there are also a lot of new jobs will come. And according to the Oxford University, 47% of the job loss rates in the next 25 years, you know, that happened with this in developed countries. Now you can see for Vietnam, job at risk. 90% employees in the manufacturing and processing are low-skilled and unskilled employees. And of course, for the quality of labor and the labor productivity are very low. We also have to say sorry that according to the World Bank, they rank the quality of human resources in Vietnam is only 3.39 out of 10, which is very low. And in 12 Asian countries, we are ranking, you know, that in the bottom is the 11. So You can see that actually we have only 21% of the labor force with well-trained, and our staff, our employees lack of practical experience, skills, also, and that is why we need to shift the workforce structures. This is some sample of 2000. Yeah. So, according to ILO, Vietnam will be the most affected country in the region in terms of the labor market. And 80% of Vietnamese labor force will be unemployed, and about 86% workers in garment and textile industry will be at the risk of job loss. Or you can see that in Vietnam now we have a lot of textile, garment, shoe company in Vietnam in industrial zone, and if this happen now, so many, you can see that now 80% they are out of job. So the Vietnam will be faced with a significant, So that is why we need a new demand of educational change, and we also need a new demand of future labor. You can see that Industry 4.0. I remember that before the APEC meeting in May, in Vietnam, we rarely heard about this one. But after the APEC meeting, and now recently, last few months, men everywhere talking about the Industry 4.0. And actually, in Vietnam, only the relevant authorities, the government, and a limited number of enterprises and professionals understand and recognize this. And you can see that when we do a survey, many companies, they do not know about this one. They have, that's very low recognition. And the other, they also do not have any action. And many people think that Industries 4.0 is somewhere in the sky. So, how Vietnam help people, business community, public sectors, etc., understand this, and how we want them to understand and have actions. And you can see that in this type of organizations, and it is a non-state enterprise, we can say that is the private sectors affect much. Foreign enterprises, here, it's not so much because foreign invested companies also, they have a more high technology now, so not affected much. State enterprises, now Vietnam also reached to the e-government. Yeah. So, Vietnam, within the next 4 years, we will have about 1 million companies. And now in Vietnam, we have more than 500,000 companies. But the government have the strategy to encourage start-up and set up the companies. So we have 1 million. So about 500,000 new companies. What is need to do? And you can see that it is also a survey, and it is the top industries of labor supply and labor demand in Vietnam, and IT also is the top of the labor demand. This is a survey in Ho Chi Minh City. But according to the UNDP, we have a survey with 200 top companies, and most of the students and employees, and after have a training at university, college, and other institution, they need to retrain with about 6 months. And the enterprises do not believe the education training system because of the low quality output in the students. And they are very backward courses module and very poor researching and lack of other soft skills. So you can see that in Ho Chi Minh City, now the companies, they need student or need the new employee have a more soft skill, foreign languages, ICT literacy. Yes, this one. Now there are more theories. So, the enterprises 4.0 in Vietnam, I think that now they need the labor supply, the new skill, intelligence. So the university need to change the generation Z. And the university also need to cooperate with enterprises and to apply the competency framework. And then under the high technology, and they will have the high productivity and human focus, customer focus, etc. That is Vietnamese enterprises and their expectation toward the labor supply. So, in Vietnam now we have, the government also encourage all the university need to take care of the soft skills and the other kind of skill, not only the knowledge. So this is the new knowledge. I'm not so sure that in Vietnam the university, they teach the kind of skill. So this is the new list of skill that very have high demand in the futures. Yes, cognitive ability, system skill, complex problem solving, content skill, process, social resource management, technical and physical ability. And I think that for physical abilities, we also need to take care, because if you want to work with high productivity, you also have a very good health. So this one. And now Vietnam has about 54 million people at the working age. But you can see that only around 21.4% of the total workforce, they have that's the skill, the certificate. The certificate here, which means that it's at least 3 months and above. So you can see that the number of labor force by education in Vietnam, million people, yes. And now we have 2,000 training center and vocational school with about 1.7 million graduate students, and about 70% they got a job after graduation. We also have more than 400 college university, and with 2.2 million graduated students. But you can see that we have for last year, we have the survey, we have more than 200,000 graduate students are out of job. And you can see that in some industrial zone, the fresh graduates from university work as a worker. It is a very sorry story. And I don't know about Malaysia or Taiwan or US, all the participants here, the percentage of your unemployed students, but in Vietnam is very high, especially for the students from the university and college now. And this is the weight of the I think that the skill, knowledge, labor force, and waste of the resources of the society, because we train them, but we cannot provide them the job. This is the unemployed people in working age. Here, for the education, higher education, college, it is 200,000, yeah, 200,000, more than 200,000, more than 100,000, something like this. Sorry. How many percent? You can see that every year we have for example, in this survey we have the for university and college 2.2 million fresh graduates, but we have more than 200,000, so I mean more than 10%. But of course, this is I think it's much more, because many students after the first year of graduates, they hardly to find a job, very hardly to find a job. Because most of the enterprises, they need the working experience. Yeah, but there are some ways to have such kind of work experience, but most of the students, they do not know. That is why they very difficult for them to get the job. So the main reason for high rate of unemployed students, you can, in summary, the lack of career consultancy. At the high school, you know that there are many parents call me, my daughters or my son are going to university, but I don't know what kind of job or what kind of major in the future he or she can do. So the career consultancy at the high school is poor now. And lack of soft skills. In Vietnam, there are many students, they have knowledge, but they do not have a soft skill. But you know that the success is depend on the skill, the soft skill. 70% of soft skill will help them to be more successful. They also poor of foreign language, ICT, and quality of education, also not good. You can see that you can see a lot in Vietnam. In IT class, after 4 years, many, that's programming for students. After graduated, they just sell computers, electronic devices. They cannot do the programming. And lack of the skill and capable people. So, I think that we need to innovation with a new education output. I mentioned about the Generation Z, which means that they was born from 1995 and after. Generation Z, now in Vietnam we have 14 million people. And they have a typical characteristics. They're digital citizen, they are well networked, they are more time on the social network, and they're smart, and they're speedy. And this kind of characteristic also affect the future's labor force. And there is another survey how the universities, college cooperate with businesses. We have to do a survey with 45 companies, and 28 out of 45 enterprises occasionally, rarely cooperate with the training institution. Only 9 cooperate. And many companies they refuse to cooperate, especially for the high-tech companies. So I I really want to explore how your universities in your countries have the preparation and cooperation with the business communities to take advantages of the fourth revolution, fourth industrial revolution. So I mean that how we can cooperate. In Vietnam, we are very poor the cooperation between the enterprises and the institutions. I really want to have your view in your country, and so that we can learn from it. And this is an alternative education approach so that we have the outcome of the HR 4.0. And the student is focused. This is the new labor generation. I think that in the input is the student pupil. Now they need to prepare and learn the knowledge of 4.0. How about the quality? How about the core competency? Recently, the government of Vietnam and the Ministry of Education, they have the innovation program, which I think that within the next 5 years, we'll do this. But if you want to have a good digital student, you also have to good high school pupil. And you also need a very good future career consultancy. And in Vietnam, now is the unbalanced, the training plan for each branch of industry and sector. In the past, banking, investment industry, they hire a lot of people, you know. But after a few years, now we have a redundancy because we are also very soon to merge many banks, and because of the situation. So I mean that there are many universities, they just change according to what they have. They don't have a really good survey, have a feedback on what the society needs. So this is input. And of course, the university also need to cooperate with enterprises, and when they have the program and they design the curriculum, they also have a focus on the competency framework. It's not what they have. And I think that the annual survey and feedback from the companies that use the students of the universities in Vietnam also need to have. Because now they just teach, and they, after 4 years, they apply a job, and many companies, they complain about the quality, but the university that student graduated, they may not know. So I think that this should have a very good and huge survey for those students, between the university and between the enterprises. So I can imagine that a typical education output, which I call the HR 4.0, that we call major knowledge, and also the extensive knowledge, and also the information on the profession. You can see that many accounting graduates, they just learn at the university, they do not learn outside. So they do not know much. When they work for the first few months, they can do nothing with an accounting job. Or for the information of society, it is ridiculous that many students, many people, they never spend time to understand about what is going on in Vietnam and over the world that affect their careers, about science and about the laws. They do, but they do not know much about that, the laws. So this is the first, I think that the first part of the HR 4.0. The second one is, we think that we need to improve the applied research and work experience for students. In Vietnam, we have a lot of researches, but the researches after a few years, even the 10 years, even the government researches, they just produce the output and then put in the under the desk, you know. That is, we do not see the benefit there. It is waste of the money and resources of the countries. And especially for foreign language and RTC literacy, they also need to improve. And this is the list of ability and skill for the new generation of students. I think that we need in Vietnam, this one. And then the other is long life training and education, ethics and responsibility, and especially in the futures, we also cope up with the multi-cultures. Many countries will come to Vietnam, especially at the end of at the end of 2015. Vietnam joined Asian economic communities. So at the moment, about 10 kind of job can freely move, but we will welcome for all new chance. So Vietnam need to familiar with the multi-cultures, which I think that in US or Malaysia and many other countries, the diverse workforce, diversity and inclusion is very famous. But in Vietnam, is nobody care about it. So I have some recommendation with the government, I mean the relevant authorities. First, in Vietnam, we have the proposal development of the digital knowledge system that approved by the Prime Minister recently, and also Instruction 17 about how enhance the ability to approach the fourth industrial revolution. This is government strategies. The second is we need to restructure workforce, because you can see that we are lack of quality, but we are over quality of quantity of Vietnam labor force. And the career orientation is also very important, so that the trainee can understand what they need, what they will determine for the next career or something like this. And about the labor market information. In Vietnam, I think that for the labor market information is very poor. In the last meeting at APEC, I also raised that all the 21 economies need to have the very good labor market system, a website, for example, because most of the information are, you know, that are dead and not online, and especially Vietnam. If you want to have a good sources of labor market information, it's difficult for you to get it. And we also build the standard of quality of institution based on the major specialization in line with social demands. And we also need to limit the major redundancy, which means that if you have a lot of students, if you have a lot of students major in accounting and banking, you need to consider, because now the society do not need, for example. And we also have to focus on the problem is how to retrain 50% of low-skilled labor force. You can see that now we have to retrain almost of 80% of 54 million people. This is the big problem. Yeah. And how to increase the huge demand of occupation that both Vietnam and the other country need. You can see that there are many other new jobs we also need to create or need to have. For example, we need to 6 million data analysts, 4.5 million network security personnel, and 5 million cloud computer staff. And there are many new kind of jobs. And socialized education and training. And students should be considered the new education product for enterprises, recommendation for enterprises. First, the company, enterprises, the business community need master of technologies. If they understand it, so they can create a lot of jobs, they have a more profit, more revenue. And one of the important is they need to cooperate with the university and college in order to making sources of potential candidates and enrich the current source of employees, which I mean that cooperates the university, the kind of corporate university in Vietnam, how to cooperate between the business community with the university are very poor now. And actually, 2 months ago, I was to talk with the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, and the general directors of the, I mean that the labor department, the job division, he also say that this is one of the, I mean that the most difficulty now they also have to face with. It means that the university and college vocational skill, they just change. They don't care much about the labor market. And the business communities, you know that they just come to the university and college when they think that they need some kind of employees. They do not have a long-term strain or strategy to cooperate with the university and their companies. And I think that even in the business, enterprises, they also need to continuous training to improve skill technology based on competency framework. And for the university recommendation for university and colleges, I think that's need to innovation of teaching methodology. Many experts here also talk about it. But I really want to highlight it in Vietnam because now in Vietnam we still have a university college. They teach the informatics, the IT, but it's just focused on Word itself. They need to improve. And even when the testing, and it means that students do the examination still in paper. You can see that in paper, not in computers. That is problem. And the next one is applied technology. The university need to apply technology and give the practical training because I think that the outcome is employment and the personal income. If you teach, if you have a lot of students graduated from your university, but the rate of the employment is very low, or they have the income, but income working the industrial zone like a worker, so it doesn't make sense. And of course, innovation of institutions for curriculum, you know, that's from what university have to be available should be changed to what the labor market need. and what labor market we need in the futures. I can see that in the futures in Vietnam or in other countries also have a lot of job is a hot one, such as cybersecurity, data science, healthcare, marketing, communication design, typical logistics, HR, learning and development, personalized, and skill-shaped job. And many price skills, such as data analysis, presentation, and leadership and people skills are very unnecessary, you know. And the cooperation between the local and international also for importance to reach the Asian regional and other developed countries standard. If we want to send our people to go to the AEC to work, like you, why there are many foreign experts can come to Vietnam work, but only a few Vietnamese can go to abroad to teach, to work? Because of the level different, because of we do not have the standardization in the region about qualification about lecture equipment, etc. are not equal. So that is why very soon the government of Vietnam will improve it, and we have a program on this. And the last one is, of course, we have independent accreditation system, especially the participation of training program between the business and public community with the institute. So there is some initial ideas about the HR 4.0 that I want to share with you, a case study of Vietnam. And as you know that Vietnam is the first stages of the Industrial 4.0. So that is why we need to learn more and apply more in the future. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this very interesting, highly critical talk. So we have many questions, okay? Just ladies first.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with us information on your initiative in Vietnam. You were asking about the percentage of employment in Malaysia among the graduates.
Yes.
Right. Among the universities, we have at 77.2% within 6 months of graduation. But after 1 year, it is expected to be more than 80%, 85% also. However, for the Polytechnic, I'm talking on behalf of the Polytechnic director. For Polytechnic, the percentage is about 95%. For community colleges is at 98%. Yes. Having said so, again, employability, as you know, is connected to the economic situation of the country at that particular point. If the economy is doing very well, the demand for jobs is high, they just grab anybody. But if the economy is not doing so well, so unemployment is high. But the universities and also industry, they have to work together. Again, to get the collaboration from the industry, as we know, the bottom line is different from the university. This is the main challenge, actually. Yes, so that is my input on the employment.
Great one. But I want to have more information about inter-countries, what kinds of, the cooperation between the university and the business community, so that the student can have benefits from this cooperation.
We have several initiatives. One of them, as you know, in our blueprint, and also in additional initiative, this is part of our initiative, redesigning higher education. Redesigning higher education is actually in relation to higher education 4.0. We have to redesign higher education because, as mentioned by Prof. Ali, the way the students learn is different. The way they want to get the information is different. So we have to redesign. So we have a few initiatives. One of them is ICGPA, which is looking at the assessment of the students, because the assessment, as you know, the cognitive skill and also the affective domain. The affective domains is actually what the industry keep on harping on. They're saying the students are good in their technical areas, they're good with their skills, but they are not good with their transferable skills like communication, social skills, ethics and responsibility, IT skills as well. So in Malaysia, we redesign everything. Again, as
but when you design, you also cooperate with the business community, or you design by yourself?
Oh.
Because in Vietnam, you know that there are many policy, or even at university level, they design by themselves. And how to cooperate, how to get the feedback from the business communities to have the practical outcome.
In 2015, we launched Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint, and we engaged with 6,000 stakeholders. We engaged with the industry, we engaged with the academia, we engaged with the communities as well. So we listen to what they want. Previously, it has been what we think they need, but now it has to be, they have to tell us what they need. And based on that, we listen to them. And central to the blueprint is shift number 1, that is to produce or nurture holistic, entrepreneurial, and balanced graduate. We are not producing graduates who are looking for jobs anymore. We are producing graduates who create jobs for others. Because if we rely on the economy, it'll be up and down. It's just like a yo-yo. But if we get the students, I like some of the presentation yesterday on Startup Nation. I think that is the way forward. They create jobs for them and for others as well. So unemployment shouldn't be an issue, but at the ministry we still look at employability. That is the KPI given on the Vice Chancellor. So in the end, only a few want to be a Vice Chancellor, to be honest. But those are the way forward that we do. Secondly, the second initiative is, we call it as CEO faculty. Dr. Arham here, he is responsible for the university industry collaboration. And in the CEO faculty programs, we call CEOs of multinational companies and national companies to come in and become faculty members of universities. And they will champion and they will teach 30 hours in a year. So they have to give their time. They will have to speak to the students, to the professors and everyone there. In fact, one of the findings that we found out was that the students were saying, why do you send those CEOs who come from different generations? How about the CEOs from our generation? So it's on demand base. They know what they want. Our role here, we think, at the ministry is to provide the foundation, the values. The values is really important. Just now Prof. Boson was asking, can they design anything they want? They can to a certain extent, but the foundation has to be correct. For us, higher education is not about jobs. It's about what is their role in the society on top of the job. So that is how we look at it. That's why we redesigned the higher education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and great input. Yeah, thank you. Professor.
I'm from Hua-San University, or Lotus University. Yeah, it's not very far from here, only 2 kilometers from this university. Thank you for your interesting, informative, and comprehensive presentation. I value very much. I'm not going to ask you any questions. Just one or two, some comments.
Yes.
And after that, a request.
Yeah, thank you.
So our students was given, I think, a fair amount of English training. So they have an advantage in employability. But I don't share all the time with the business community.
Yes.
Because when they come and look at our curriculums, they always stress that we have to teach more and more so that they can respond to the market immediately after their graduation. But we have different ideas about that. We also have to educate the students, not just give them the skills and the knowledge that the business community want.
Yes.
Yeah. So I always suspect about their motives when we come and ask them to look at our curriculums. But I value some of your suggestions that the curriculum should include a lot of soft skills.
Yes.
But unfortunately, our staff, we are in the process of modify our curriculums. But I think the teaching staff still love to teach a lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
Highly
That
charged
is the trend.
programs,
Yeah.
highly charged programs, you see.
Yeah.
So maybe you from Hanoi or here?
I'm from Hanoi. Yes.
Yeah. So I would like to, if you have spare time, I don't know about this time, but if you have spare time, I would like to invite you to come to our university and give a talk to our staff, because we are in the process of modifying our curriculums. Yeah, we need somebody like you to
From
say,
the business- from business
because
world.
I know what they should teach, but it's very difficult to persuade them. So if you kind enough and you have time, I would love to invite you to our university. Thank you, Dr. Vinh.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a great honor to come to your university and discuss something. I come from both academic background and also the business communities. So I think that I have some kind of view that may be shared with you on that. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. I'm sorry we are running a little bit late. I'm really sorry. We have a lot of questions. It was a very interesting talk, but
maybe we discuss.
Please, you can discuss in the lunch break. So let's thank again our speaker. Thank you. So on the last talk of the session, where is my speaker? Okay, my speaker is coming, slowly coming. Yeah, getting here. Okay, here he is. Very good. Thank you. So, let's go to it. So we are running late. So let's
thank you very much.
Thank first our speaker. Thank you for coming, and please tell us about Teaching 4.0, the approach of the university.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to see you here. I know that you are very tired after today's conference, but please give me 30 minutes to say some important points in our department, information technology, how we apply Industrial 4 in our teaching. So maybe I give some concept, right? And many professors already mentioned about this. And to focus on the main thing, and this ecosystem. Sorry. Okay, this is our ecosystem for our department, information technology. And today I would like to share with you some component inside, only 4 components. I would like to share today about virtual community environment, e-learning, about the various formats of teaching and innovation center and career service. So, as you know, our university is an application research practice-oriented university. So we concern how to apply the research around the world to real problem in Vietnam, and we also teach students in that way. The first component we would like to introduce to you about virtual community environment. You know, in Vietnam, almost university students will have 3 months or less internship. That means at the last year study, that means they will go to apply to some company and they work as an employee. But in the fact that the company, they don't like to give a chance for students to join in their real project. Maybe the student be there to do some official tasks only. That student don't know about business process, don't know business model, and also don't know what they are doing. Therefore, we have this component. We want to create the virtual community environment in our school, in our department. That students will live in industrial during their studies. Okay, I will talk about it in detail later. Another important component is we have various forms of teaching. We have e-learning and distance learning. This allows to free students and teachers from the geographical restriction. You know, there are many Vietnamese PhD. They work on overseas. They work overseas. We would like they become our faculty to contribute to our students. We take advanced knowledge from them into Vietnam. So this component very, very important, you know, very important. I will present it later in detail. Another thing is innovation center. We create the innovation culture in our university, in our department. We connect this with the startup company and innovation exchange company. Innovation exchange company is my startup company. We try to connect the research and industrial experts with the girl companies. I mean, this maybe become a seeker and this is solver. We connect them and we apply this model in our location for just students. They try to become the seeker, become the solver. They exchange their knowledge to build the one thing, the common thing, and they say and stuff. And all the component in our university is career service. This career service to connect students to the company and to the human resource company for internship, for order, and for recruitment. We try to understand the needs from markets. The need from markets from the human resource company. They have a lot of information. They have a change. They have a needs from company. We study on them, analyze this to support for our curriculum. Every 6 months we sit together. We sit down together to change, to make our new program. Maybe we change something and we improve something, and we or maybe exchange something, so on. So this also these are 4 components in our university, and now apply in our in many departments, including information technology. Okay, Why we need a virtual community environment? As you know before, I already mentioned, right? Almost students have 3 months for the internship. However, they cannot join in the real project, real thing. They don't know about business process, business model. And you know, in traditional education, we change the subjects separately, just know in no working context. Therefore, we need the virtual community environment in our department, in our university. We try to simulate the community environment, and students will enter in the virtual community environment to approach from time to time during their study for actual work in industry. So we expect that in last year, students will have enough competency to internship. And we also expect that upon graduation, students will have some code library. They have some business process. They have team working skill, and they have innovation skill for ready to work in industry. Therefore, we need this component, and we are building this. We try to virtualize several companies like software development company, innovation company, startup company, some other kind of company like banking, e-commerce, high-tech agriculture. And we try to apply this for the, so we teach students subject. We will make connection to the industrial, step by step, level by level, and the student grow up with the industry, okay? And so you know that almost company can be computerized, right? You know that. Then it consisting of the core business process or some function. It will be in the cloud, and we try to virtualize this, and we do this for a support for teaching. We teach subject related to some specific content, industry content, industry content. This is an example for with this student in the context of the e-commerce side, for example. So the first year we just for guide students to develop the basic function for a very simple side. But however, they also know how to connect the database to display something. However, they don't know how to create the database, how to design the database. They just know to use first. And then we have analyze and design course that practice on the stage of development process in the medium side for e-commerce, for example. And in advanced course, we focus on the business subsystem like accounting, logistics, human resource, and customer relation management, so on. So with this, we create it in the different level, in different level. This will have students understand what they are studying, how to apply, and where to apply an algorithm and something else. So this benefit for the student, they can learn, they can create themselves the working practice and skill, and they close to the gap to the industry environment. And for non-IT students, they practice on the near real environment and increase the practical experience with low cost and gain the diversified involvement in the different business roles. So the different major, maybe business administrator and computer science can be working on the same project, in the same problem. Then they can exchange their knowledge and to create the cross disciplinary. and industry connection. For this virtual community environment in our university, we bring the industry in our university, in our department, in our lab, in student room, classroom. So they have a living industry, and they know the process inside, and they can do the near real job in the industrial. And this is another example. In a high-tech agriculture, we building that kind of application, very real application to teach our students.
Khoa Công nghệ Thông tin Trường Đại học Nguyễn Tất Thành đã phối hợp với các khoa khác bắt đầu triển khai chương trình xuyên ngành để học dựa trên các dự án và thực tiễn. Mô hình nông nghiệp sạch trong lòng thành phố là một dự án xuyên ngành có sự kết hợp tinh túy giữa các ngành công nghệ thông tin, điện tử và nông nghiệp.
And we create many special subjects. Students can choose by themselves, but they choose only one. However, the difference, the student with different special subjects will work on the same project, the same problem. They exchange their knowledge and skill to build the real one, real thing. After that, they can have not only deep in their major, their choice, but also the previous processing from all the major. For example, the integration between the students who work on the electronics and IT, computer science,
kết thúc khóa học, ngoài chuyên ngành mình đã chọn, học viên sẽ có điều kiện tìm hiểu thêm nghiệp vụ từ các chuyên ngành khác, cũng như được trang bị
different students in different department, different major. However, they work well in the same project. So they increase their team working, increase their skill and innovation. Okay, in next component we would like to introduce is forming teaching. We have various form teaching about including e-learning and distance learning. In e-learning and distance learning. First, distance learning. Why we need the distance learning? You know, in a traditional lecture, students often try to catch what you say, right? This lecture says. And they cannot stop to reflect upon what it be say, and they may be missing some significant points because they are trying to transcribe the lecturer words to their mind, right? And another thing is unbalanced distribution resource. The third problem is we want to how to say take advantage from our student, Vietnamese student, PhD Vietnamese student. They already graduate and they work overseas. They are very young and they're very active. They're very innovation. They know the new techniques outside our community. They invite us to be our factory to contribute their knowledge to our students, contribute their knowledge to Vietnam. So distance learning is very important component, and we have played with this. And nowadays in my department, we have several lecturers from the Australia, from the Korea. They're using e-learning and distance to teach some course, to do research with us in collaboration. And once year, maybe you come to our university 1 month or 1 week, no problem. And they together work to one overseas and other is our department, our university. So the distance learning is very important in our university. With this, the teacher, lecturer can transmit and remote to the class with the high definition video in terminal in real time, and student can join class anywhere, and the teacher also can teach student anywhere. So we apply the interactive cloud classroom solution from some company. We learn from them about it. In future, they will transfer this technique. And we have the smart classroom, and we have the different from different classroom, and to apply the distance learning. So with distance learning, we can reduce 70% cost. We can reduce cost teaching, means you can reduce the fees for student, right? And we can reduce the, and we have the intelligent environment sense to implement the link cost by recording and transferring, broadcasting and interaction management, improvement teaching quality by like this, 50% and 30%, and reduce the cost preparation by 50% to 80%, and with this distance learning, we can free the student and lecturer by the geometrical restriction. Therefore, we can take advance from outside, from industrial experts, from the foreigner expert teacher. Right? We also have the e-learning. So the e-learning, everyone know about this, right? Another very important thing is innovation center. Innovation center. Okay, the innovation center. We have the innovation center. We support our students to do their business during their study in our university. Of course, we have a policy to choose about criteria choice for this kind of thing. However, nowadays, I make a connection with the innovation exchange company. This is my company, my startup company, about the knowledge hub for Vietnam. I would like to invite all the Vietnamese research. Also, foreigner welcome. Join in this hub. We solve challenge problem in Vietnam. The big problem in Vietnam. We invite the non-profit organization and all the organizers support for the idea, support for the solution, support for the solver, the expert, a researcher to solve the problem in Vietnam. And this also have another version for the university. We try to have a student can exchange their knowledge in different fields, different departments, together solve problem. So but this in future, maybe in next month, this will be applied. This will be open. And we have the career service. We collect the user profile, including the information we have from students. We also try to get information from publish, from social network, to learn about our student. We understand our student, then we can have the care guidance to classify them in the right class, to have good recommendation for them during study to change their behavior, and finally they can get a job in the right company. Some professors say that students after graduate from the IT university, but they just become a seller, computer seller, okay? But in our department, we try to overcome that problem by this way. So this is my sharing. I would like to have a comment from you to improve our service. So please.
Thank you for the next talk. So we have time for one short question. No questions? Sorry.
Yeah, one short question. Your online learning program, is it a part-time program that will eventually leads to a bachelor degree or master's program? Is it?
Now we apply for the bachelor degree. Some lecturer maybe 80% online, 20% practice. Maybe teacher don't need to meet student in the room, but outside in this distance, no problem. Some subjects, but some other maybe 20 only online and 80 should be 60 should be in classroom and other should be in practice like that. We take that criteria from the industrial, from the niche markets, from the lecturer criteria.
The next question is, how big is your online student? What is the number of students that subscribe to your online distance program?
Maybe we don't limit it. However, not over 50 students, not over 50. Yes, they can join in same class, and all the common lecturer, common fields already online, all of them online. Yes, and they can exchange and they can communicate with the lecturer through the many communication service.
Okay. So let's thank our speaker again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Before we enter the closing ceremony, just to remind you that I know that a lot of you interested in the presentation that a keynote speaker had been made yesterday and today. And all the presentation slides will be posted on the conference website by tonight or tomorrow. And all the picture of the conference also posted there. So please go there and download it if you need to. And you have, again, thank you to 12 keynote speaker and chairs of the conference today. You had delivered meaningful and insightful presentation. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sasayan Nguyen Ngọc Thanh onto the stage for a summary of the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we are finishing today's conference. I think very successful, and I would like to make some conclusions of the conference program. Okay, so we have listened to 12 keynote speeches, and I think that we can group the keynote speeches to three groups. Okay, the first one, in the first group, we can mention about the foundation aspects of University 4.0. And in the first group, I would like to mention three keynote speeches. The first one was presented by Professor Gottfried Vossen, who gave some kind of foundation, some kind of basic aspects how to achieve the model of University 4.0, and the knowledge is really very useful. The second talk in this group belongs to Professor Huang Pham, where he gave some indications how to build the top university in the new century. And the third one is was presented by Professor Do Sam Wang, where Professor Huang presented a very, I would like to say, very Asian philosophy for education. And the philosophy is also very suitable for University 4.0, and it gives another point of view for the new model of education. So these three speeches give us a very solid foundation for getting the new model of university education. The next one, the second group consists of several speeches presenting concrete cases about concrete universities. We can mention here the keynote of Professor Leon Wang about NUK in Taiwan. We can mention about the keynote of Professor Manuel Nunes about the university in Madrid. It's very big university. And we can mention about the keynote of Professor Huayan Leti about the University of Lorraine in France. We can mention also in this group also the keynote of Dr. Zeng Tong Hai about Nguyễn Tất Thành University, about his Faculty of Information Technology. And in the last group, I would like to mention two keynotes. The keynotes of Professor Ali Selamat, who presented Malaysian approach to University 4.0, and the aspect of human in the education was mentioned by Dr. Nguyen Thế Vinh, the Vietnamese human. And here you can get to know that 70% of young people in Vietnam is missing soft skills. It is a very serious problem, I think. And one to the first group, I forgot to mention the speech of Professor Kuo Ming Chiao, who gave the way how to build the cyber physical system for higher education. Is very essential knowledge. And I think that I mentioned on the speeches, and the three groups give us different parameters, different aspects, different points of view to build the model of university. And I hope that Nguyễn Tất Thành University, and not only Nguyễn Tất Thành University, other Vietnamese university will make use of the conference, of the knowledge to plan the strategy how to build the university in the new century. I hope so. And I would like to thank first of all to the keynote speakers. You have sacrificed your time and to come here to Vietnam and to present very valuable knowledge for Vietnamese community. And I very cordially thank you for this. And I hope also you enjoy the stay in Vietnam very much. And I also would like to thank the scientific board, mentioning here Professor Sung Pei Hong, Professor Sufamit from Thailand, Professor Bien Chan Chien from Taiwan, and professors from Nguyễn Tất Thành University, Professor Nguyen Lộc and Dr. Nguyễn Anh Tuấn, to help me in the making the program, scientific program, successful. And all the people coming to the conference from many universities in Vietnam, abroad, and for your discussion, for your sharing knowledge during these 2 days. So once again, thank you very much for your coming, for your activities, and for your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thanh, for a recap of the conference. Now I would like to invite Associate Professor Nguyễn Mạnh Hùng, the President of NTTU, for the closing recap remark, please.
Trước hết thì rất là cảm ơn tất cả các quý vị khách quý, các vị đại biểu, các diễn giả, các học giả, các nhà quản lý, các nhà khoa học, các doanh nghiệp, các đối tác, các bạn bè trong nước và quốc tế. Hôm nay tôi rất vui mừng là đã đến đây và vẫn đến giờ này tất cả các đại biểu đã tham gia, hơn 150 đại biểu dự hội nghị về hội thảo quốc tế Đại học 4.0. Đấy là niềm khích lệ rất lớn đối với trường Đại học Nguyễn Tất Thành chúng tôi, là một trong những trường còn rất non trẻ. Nhưng mà sự có mặt của 12 diễn giả, học giả của các nước đến tham dự phát biểu hôm nay với hội nghị quốc tế về Đại học 4.0 và cùng hơn 150 đại biểu đến từ các cái cơ quan, các trường đại học, các học viện, các viện nghiên cứu và các doanh nghiệp, các đối tác. Đấy là niềm khích lệ rất lớn đối với chúng tôi, và chúng tôi cũng mong rằng sau hội thảo này sẽ tiếp tục nhận được sự giúp đỡ của tất cả các đối tác, các trường, các bạn sẽ giúp đỡ chúng tôi. Đặc biệt chúng tôi xin cảm ơn giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Ngọc Thành là người đã tích cực kết nối thành công buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay với các diễn giả và tất cả các cái nhà khoa học, các đối tác. Và tôi cũng đặc biệt cảm ơn bà vụ trưởng vụ giáo dục đại học Siti Masat Bitinit Tarisa cùng tất cả các trường đại học và viện nghiên cứu, các tổ chức giáo dục của Malaysia đã đến tham dự hội thảo, là tạo cho chúng tôi một cái khí thế thành công của hội thảo. Một lần nữa tôi xin chân thành cảm ơn và mong các quý vị sẽ thu thập được rất nhiều thông tin tốt, bổ ích và tiếp tục sẽ giúp đỡ trường Nguyễn Tất Thành trong cái việc nghiên cứu, giao lưu, trao đổi các quan hệ để chúng ta đẩy nhanh cái giáo dục nguồn nhân lực 4.0 cho cộng đồng ASEAN cũng như là các nước trên thế giới để tích cực tiếp cận với nền công nghiệp 4.0. Một lần nữa xin chân thành cảm ơn và chúc các vị sức khỏe, hạnh phúc và thành công. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you, Professor Hùng, very much. Please remain on the stage. I would like to announce that today, this time is the second day of the conference, and we had a photo session right now before the ending of the conference. So I would like to invite all the keynote speakers, guests from Vietnam, Malaysia, and the leadership from Nguyễn Tất Thành University. Also, all the participants come to the stage for the photo. Mời các thầy cô chúng ta nhanh chân lên sân khấu để chụp hình ạ. Em đi chỉnh. Mời thầy Tuấn Anh ạ. Mời anh Hải. And all the Malaysian guests, please come on the stage. On this wonderful picture we will upload on the conference website. Okay, get ready. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. On a picture with a thumbs up, everyone. One more time. Thank you very much. It's come to the end of the International Conference on UCT 4.0 at NTTU today. Now it's time for you to take your own photo as much as you like, and don't forget, take your stuff after taking the photo. Once again, on behalf of Winter Time University, thank you all for your presence today, and we wish you the best in the future endeavor. Thank you.